Oh man, there are folks folks I work with who think it's really cool that I have my own theme song. Like I commissioned that. You know. Let's get things started. Let's get into this right now. Hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It is so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is June 19th, 2025. We're going to write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? There we go. How's things going there? It's been quite the morning already. Let me say hello. We're broadcasting live right there on YouTube and Twitch. I need to be careful how I talk about that. But there's chat right there. Hello. Good to see everybody here. Let me say hello to Phil Vesey. Good afternoon to you. C Sharp Titan. Good evening in Melbourne, Australia. Patty Boy. How you doing there in Glasgow? Hello. Lazy Dev 666. Greetings to you as well. UNESCO and Texas 2010. Hello. Twincy. How's it going there? Let's do this, John. We're not gonna work on Copilot that, John, today. I don't mind going and taking a look and talking about it, but we're not gonna work on that one today. I had started on something. I've shown and talked about it, but you know what? Let's take a stream here and pull together something that we can use as part of our Sharp site development and work on it over there. Yeah, I think we can make this look pretty good. What we've been doing with .NET Aspire and bring in Playwright and use that better. And we've been kind of limping along with Playwright and SharpSite, and we'll try and bring all of that together here. Hey, Cy Gamma and Top Fuel. Hello. Thank you so much for the kind greetings there. How am I feeling today? Much better. Yeah, I think we are 100% beyond that sickness that I've been dealing with for the rest of the earlier part of this week. So appetite is back, and I'm back healthy and strong, feeling well. Feeling well about things. Hey, PowerShell Freak, with the question there, is the race across America in the press? I haven't seen anything about it. But then again, I don't typically watch normal news. Like I keep an eye on the news websites, and if there's something that isn't really on the front page or just below the fold, I don't see it. The Race Across America, an ultra distance road cycling race, spans 3,000 miles across 12 states. This sounds like, is this a return of what was the Tour DuPont? No. Okay, this is different. No, I haven't seen any news about this in sports news. Yeah. Cycling doesn't get a lot of airtime in the news here in the States. There's an annual bike race in Philadelphia, and gosh, when was the last time we had that? We might not have had that since the International Cycling Classic. I guess that's what they're calling it now. Yeah, they haven't run it since 2016. Oh man. Because that was the bike race that folks in Philadelphia looked forward to. And it definitely lit people up around my part of the country. So no, haven't seen any news about that. What should we take away from it? What's going on there that's of interest there? PowerShell Freak. McNets, hello. So the race that was in Philadelphia, right, and hasn't happened now for 10 years almost, would race from downtown. They would loop around. There's a giant circle right in front of the art museum. They would loop around there and then ride down through the parks to one of the closest suburbs to Philadelphia called Manayunk, and there is a very steep road in Manayunk that they would ride up. I forget the name of the road, but but they call that road in cycling, they called it the Manayunk Wall, and they would do this circuit, which was like a 5 mile circuit, and they would do it 10 times, and that was the race. It was like it was like a 50-mile race. It would literally take them like 3-4 hours to finish this race, but the length and slope of this street was what really made this grueling and made it a test in the cycling circuit, because you were effectively doing a mountain climb 10 times over the course of a 4-hour race. So really, really intense. So, hey Jay, how you doing there? Beautiful weather in the UK right now. Weather's pretty good here in the States. I'm seeing 81 in freedom units over here. What is that in Celsius? Right. Convert that. 27, call it 27 too. So a little bit warm. It's going to be a little bit humid today. There's a chance for some nasty storms coming through my part of the country. So, oh gosh. The hat looks like the co-pilot that John. Well, this is, well, here, do the hat command, man. Right? I am positive it knows what this one is. This is it should tell us that this is the Philadelphia Phillies City Pride logo. See that it this is their Friday jerseys. They wear this instead of the red hats with the P. The Liberty Bell with the colors for the city, and the Phillies always have 2 stars next to their logos. So yeah, that's what they've done here. So but it's not black, it's actually more like a navy. I feel like I have it on crooked. Whatever. So out of interest, a German team is participating. They raced through the Rocky Mountains yesterday. High temperature. They raced 24/7 with 6 people. Okay. Yeah, that's a little bit more of an endurance race than one of those cycling tours. My goodness. Wow. What there was, let me see. So the Liberty Bell was part of the inspiration for the co-pilot that John logo mascot. Yeah. Let me get some music playing here in the background, and we can talk a little bit more about some of your questions. And then I want to dive into today's project, which this should be a one-shot. This should be a single stream, build something, compile it, deploy it, and go from there. So we'll take a look at this. Oh, look, Spotify wants to install updates. What? It is nice that, unlike some of these other apps and things where I need to have a 50 meg installer that downloads a gig of drivers to install, like Spotify just kind of hangs out there and keeps itself updated each time I restart. So that's nice. Let's start down here. This is called Overzealous Punch. This is from the Stream Beats Synthwave playlist. This is music that's DMCA free. It's royalty free. Listen to it wherever you'd like. There's all kinds of playlists available. It is free, copyright free music that you can use. I'm not sure if it's copyright free. It's DMCA free. Check it out. Streambeats.com. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for this music we're listening to today. Okay, I'll answer C# Titan's question there. How many people are going to sign up for Trump Mobile? Yet another grift. And honestly, I bet you're going to see the lower class folks sign up for this. The pricing and the phone that they're promising, all of it is unrealistic. All of it screams, these are people who don't know what they're getting into. Or they're going to be data mining everything you do on their network and selling that. And that's where they're going to be covering their costs. So he has loyalists who buy everything that his name is on. The recent report about how much he made in 2024, he made $1 million selling Bibles. Like, okay, that many people bought a Bible with his name on it. Okay. Do I have an Xbox hat? Yes, I do. And I'll wear Xbox and other Microsoft Gaming Studios hats when I go to corporate events and things as a way to like subtly support the company without wearing a hat that has Microsoft on it. You know what I'm saying? So, but I have gotten some encouragement from Scott, to start showing a little bit more of our regional flavor and not being the nondescript, content only folks that we've been for so long. Like, bring some of your regional personality. So you'll see me bring some Philadelphia things into Microsoft events and whatnot. Hey, Mythin, thank you.
1001 just resubscribed.
Much appreciated.
45 months.
45 months.
He's Liv. Well,
I'm Liv.
There.
Yes.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is in your part of the world.
That's right. That's how I get this thing started. Thank you so much, Mythin. Great to see you. And I really appreciate that. And all of our subs, cheers. The advertising revenue I put right back into the stream to pay for some of the Azure resources and features that we use to support and show off some of the great projects that we work on stream with source code that you can download. So, you're an iOS Apple sheep. I'm Frozen Fusion. I am team glowing fruit as well. So I have a Linux laptop that I use, and yeah. The Azure needs the credits. Yeah. It must be fed. Keep the Azure fed. Do I use the Azure Web Deployment Extension in VS Code? No. So the my friend and late colleague. Oh my gosh, Phil. Thank you so much.
Phil Vesey cheered 50, feeding coins or fun coupons.
Thank you. Our friend, the late Abel Wang, would say, friends don't let friends push publish inside Visual Studio. And while it's a fun joke, there's something to being able to use the push feature inside of Visual Studio or deployment inside of VS Code. The point that he was making is get a script out of something so that you have a repeatable process. And that's what I prefer to do. And now what I really like to do is ask Copilot to generate the YAML for a GitHub action and hand that off. I'm done. You go generate my build script, packaging, all that stuff. Here's what I want it to do, and it'll do a pretty good job of it. So the deployment tools are very nice, and they will generate those scripts for you. I just jump right to Copilot doing it for me. Mythin says he finally learned it. Just use the subs and donations for stream. Yeah, charity. So charity is nice, but Mythin, I got to a point where I was spending several $100s of my own funds and then making donations to charity, and our donations just they weren't significant, I would say. But they were less than I was paying out to Azure. I was like, we got to reset some things here, and that's where I've pivoted here. Lazy Dev says, interestingly, Windows 11 market share is at about 43% versus Windows 10. Yeah, isn't that? There are things that the Windows team decided to do with Windows 11 that turned off some folks. I will never understand why they made those decisions and why those folks are so turned off by it. Like, Windows 11 is fantastic. Oh my gosh, PowerShell Freak with the subs. Whoa!
Just 5 subs.
5 gift subs into the channel. Thank you so much. That is very kind. And we got a raid. A raid. We got a hype train started. Why are they calling it a treasure train? Unlock a limited time 35% off gift subs at level 5. We've never gotten to level 5. So, yeah. Congratulations, Super Fraggle, Zucker, Biz61, VV3K4I, and Shani 0008. Thank you so much. You just got gift subscriptions from our friend PowerShell Freak. Thank you. Thank you so much. But Lazy Dev's question there was, is it good or bad that it's been 4 years since the release of Windows 11 and folks still haven't moved off of Windows 10? I think it's bad because that means that software developers, not just Windows, but software developers still need to support older versions of Windows tools, libraries, and such. Now, Windows always has a very long support cycle, right or wrong. But that's something that folks want, is the ability to take their time migrating from one version to the next. By not having an aggressive upgrade cycle like iOS, where if you don't upgrade in the next month, you're not able to install anything from the App Store, right? That type of thing that comes down. There's something to be said about having that ability to pause and start and control those. I think it's a good thing that they have that choice. I think it's a bad thing that you didn't make this compelling and easy enough that folks said, yeah, just do it. So I lean towards it's a bad thing that folks haven't upgraded. The end of support is coming this fall. For most business users, it should be a no-brainer to just do it. We'll see. Mythin says, I see ads in the start menu and occasionally get pop-ups like, do you want to install this? I agree. Mythin, you are not alone on that. And there is a group of us at work that are opposed to those types of features. And we are quite vocal about it when it comes up. Whether it's in the web browser or it's in Windows. In my mind, those are unacceptable for a paid product. Yes, Windows 11 has a hard and fast hardware requirement. In fact, my machine over here that I use for work is Windows 10 because it won't upgrade to Windows 11. So, and they're forcing me to replace this before the fall. Funny thing is, I ordered a new machine more than a month ago, and it's still on order. It hasn't been shipped yet. Like, sorry. So that's a thing that I've been dealing with. So, yeah, we've got 1 minute left on the hype train. Thank you so much for the support, friends. That's been very kind. You hated the newsfeed button on the taskbar. You can shut that off. That is shut offable. Shut offable? Sure. Every now and again, I'm okay with it, and we'll peek in there at some things. Yeah, you did. Yeah. Hey, Chuck Beasley, how you doing there? Chuck's been writing some really cool articles over there on Medium. So, is my work laptop a Surface? It will be a Surface laptop. My old Surface laptop, the screen cracked when I was at Microsoft Ignite. I literally got off the plane in Chicago, and I took out my laptop because I had to look something up, and it closed up the laptop, put it in my bag. I got to the hotel, and the screen was shattered. Like, okay. So thank you so much. There goes the hype train. Much appreciate. Mythin says, sometimes I get the feeling that Microsoft doesn't mind if they push people to either Mac OS or Linux. I think Mythin, it's not all of Microsoft. It's the Windows product decisions you're talking about. And you're right. Doing things that make the operating system harder to use, removes or hides features that folks enjoy, or does things that customers don't want, it is going to turn off people. For years, folks have complained about the relaying of metrics. If Microsoft shared some of those metrics, hey, here's what we've seen, because what they see is only in the aggregate, and share and talk about some of those. Hey, we see that not a lot of folks know about this feature. Let's talk about that a little bit because we think you might find it more interesting. I think that would be a way to show that some of these things do provide larger benefit, and that we're going to invest in places and areas where folks do enjoy these features. Well, let's make them better, easier, blah, 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 right? Instead of, hey, let's go change the UI so it's liquid glass.
Inconceivable!
Who would do that? Microsoft is not just Windows, not anymore. Yes, so the dev team division that I work on, we've got folks that are using Windows, Mac, and Linux. And we support Linux as a fantastic place to deploy and work with all of your ASP.NET resources, console applications, building Docker containers. Oh, we love working with Linux. They can easily create a Linux distro, we have, and make their wrapper with a UI and API for old apps. It's not that easy. It's not. So, the operating system is not the differentiator or profit center that it once was. Hi there. Welcome. The AI bubble is bursting. Why do you say that? Tell me more. I think you're wrong. Tell me more. The Copilot is now enforcing what they're calling premium requests, and right, this is where we're starting to see rate limits hitting for agent mode and some of the other feature, well, agent mode particularly, as you're working with Copilot. Ads just kicked in for the next 2 minutes on Twitch. If you're watching me over there on YouTube, you don't have that. That's great. And if you're a subscriber here on Twitch, thank you so much. You get these 2 minutes of premium content. C# Titan asks, what do I think of Apple containers feature? Do I think Docker is Sherlocked on Mac OS? No. Docker works with a container standard that's been published and well acknowledged. I compare and contrast. Microsoft embraced and enabled Docker to work with Windows subsystem on Linux. Apple went and rewrote it and enabled and is taking business away from Docker. You do the math. The new Apple OS feature, there is a native container running and image management feature that comes with Apple OS. So, equity financing rounds are lower. That doesn't mean it's over. That means startups are having a harder time getting money. It's an attempt to sell more tokens with intentional obscurity. No. No, what's happening what's happening is folks are wising up to the people who spin off an application or a system over the course of a month and say, we've got a business that we built and it's something that they vibe coded together, and they go and try and get equity and get a $50 million investment and turn that into what they think is their next generation whatever. No. Everybody and their brother was trying to make AI tools to build and sell, and the angel investors have wisened up to it and said, wait a sec, are you really going to compete with Visual Studio Code? Like, Cursor has, what is the valuation of Cursor right now? It is something ridiculous. $400 million is the valuation of Cursor. They don't even own their text editor, they're building it. So, like, they're here, and there's another AI, an AI startup that raised $60 million at a $400 million valuation that wants to compete with GitHub Copilot and Cursor. Like, there's money out there, but the angel investors and the equity firms have been lied to by these companies that they're making it harder to get it. So, is this Apple's new version of Parallels? No. Got a link for it? Does somebody have a link to the Apple OS? Oh, there we go. Thank you. Does that mean even if I'm paying a GitHub Copilot license, is there a limit for my request? Yes. So the premium requests, and there are some premium requests that are more expensive than others. Here, I was looking at this morning because there was some discussion of it on our Discord. So there are premium requests use more processing power, and they're not really going to tell you what is a premium request, but these features can use premium requests. Agent mode is the big one that folks are going to look at here. They don't carry over, and depending on which model you use, it will use premium requests. So I prefer to use the Claude Sonnet models. Well, every time I make a request to agent mode, and agent mode makes more requests to do things, it's going to consume a premium request. If I use the GPT models, though, It doesn't. They won't count as premium requests. If you use the latest GPT 4.5, you're going to burn through on every request 50x that. And this is they're managing expenses of running these different models. So, God bless Dave Cutler and his team for the work they did with NT. Oh my gosh. The throwbacks to folks mentioning Dave Cutler. Here we are 30 years later is amusing. Windows 2000 was a good experience. My favorite operating system from Microsoft remains Server 2003. That's 2000. Server 2003 was a great operating system. Yes, Windows 2000 was a great operating system. So, XAI is a vibe-coded AI company that failed to get ample equity financing in their... Yeah, right? So, they're wising up and investigating and pulling back until they get some of these things proved out. But the fact that equity firms aren't investing in startups that are trying to spring up and say, hey, look what I vibe-coded. Hey, look what I invented. Yeah, there's a glut of new companies, and they're going to be selective on that. Meanwhile, the big boys are moving and can literally swipe their hands and make some of these disappear. So, I'm making the case for why it's a bubble. No, I'm making the case for AI technology is here, and we're using it, and we're getting a lot out of it. Little startups saying, hey, I built this tool that will generate images for you from an AI model. No, they're not worthy of investment because it's a feature that comes in the box with ChatGPT, with Microsoft Copilot. Like, it's in the box. So adding a feature or two on top of those other services aren't going to go anywhere. I keep looking at how Theo says that he's got thousands of subscribers that buy his AI service that sits on top of other AI services, and I keep wondering, how is that making money? Like, he's not taking investment, but he's doing well for it. Like, okay, interesting. What happens when you use all the token requests on Copilot free? It stops. It stops. It says you've reached your limit. It'll reset on, and it'll tell you what day it resets. So it's not like the .com bubble. Being more selective about what folks invest in is not the end of a bubble. Like, should folks have invested, who was it? eBay invested $500 million in half.com. Do you remember half.com? It was local here in the Philadelphia suburbs, and it was a shop website that sold everything half off. That's it. That's all they were. It was a storefront that sold everything at 50% off. And eBay bought them for $500 million. You got to be selective about these things. Though there will be consolidation that happens. What happens with wrong answers? No. Yeah, he charges $8 a month versus $20 for ChatGPT. So, is he hosting the models himself? And he's able to make money on scale, and he doesn't have the overhead that these other companies do? Maybe. Like, you can install the GPT models on Azure Foundry, provide an API in front of it, and go and use that, and sure, you can wrap and deliver that. So, yeah, he's selling is he selling the data on the back end? Don't know. Is he analyzing the data and using it for another business? Maybe. Don't know. I don't know what privacy you give up when you use his AI chat service. Hey there, Don't Panic on YouTube asks, I'm currently learning about ORMs versus SQL. Which is better in that scenario? Could I give some insights on that? I love this question. Don't panic. Thank you so much. ORMs, object relational mappers. We get these types of questions and repository model discussions a little bit. I like where you're going, Jacob. They're different layers. SQL is a language that interacts directly with database systems. Think about it like programming the database on the metal. ORM is a layer that maps database entities to your data model. Yes. So the ORM gives you a way as a programmer to not need to program the database directly. The most popular ORM that we have for .NET is called Entity Framework. And Entity Framework lets you refer to the objects in your database with the same model name, the same class name as the table that's in the database. There's ways to reconfigure that and make it different names if you'd like. That's possible. I'm not going to get into it, but the standard way is your class has the same name as the table in the database. That's kind of the convention. So you can work with orders in your database by just working with an orders collection. And you can say orders.where and start filtering and going through them. And it's very handy to be able to use. However, it's also possible, because you're working on an abstraction, to put together inefficient queries. There are times where you're going to want to rely on those folks who specialize on working on the database, who write SQL natively, your database administrators. You're going to want to hand off some of those query writing responsibilities to those folks who can go in and optimize and tweak and tune things to help provide your application a better experience. So you have different layers of abstraction. Now, the code that they write can live in the database, and you can call a procedure that will return that and still hydrate all of your classes and things, your objects that you'd be using in C#, VB, F#, Java, what have you. So you have flexibility and options. And what I like to do, I like to put a repository pattern in front of those interactions with your object relational mapper, your entity framework in .NET, and some direct SQL querying. I put in front of that an interface, a repository interface, so that the rest of my code, my website, my application, doesn't know anything about the data model. Nothing. That way I can version and change and optimize things in the database without changing the entire rest of the website or application. So, which is better? The ORM for prototyping is going to get you into a really nice place to build and work with tables and generate and do some cool things. You're going to get to a point where you're going to want to optimize things, and to do those higher performance optimizations, you're going to want to use SQL directly. C# Titan asks, is VB actively being developed, or is the push to go C#? Visual Basic, there's statements about this on the .NET blog. Visual Basic gets new features that that have solidified, that are common and are features that we want because we're leveling up the entire .NET base class library and tools. So when we add features to .NET, Visual Basic will get those features as well. When there's a C# feature that has been developed and grown, hey Wookie, thank you so much for joining us. When there's C# features that have been developed and grown and are solid and stable, they may get added to Visual Basic. The attractiveness of Visual Basic is it's very stable, and it is only going to be versioned every few years and get new backwards compatible features. So Ocular Malice comments, Entity Framework tries to optimize queries, but you need someone that knows the database to really get the max performance. Yes, Ocular Malice makes a very good point here. Entity Framework has a lot of really good logic built into it that will attempt to use indexes and some SQL tricks to interact with the database and get optimal performance. It tries to do that. The code generation that it uses, and to be clear, Entity Framework, just like other ORMs, generates SQL statements when you tell it to execute. Okay? There's different ways to have your ORM code execute with different ORMs. Entity Framework it's almost an implicit execution that you call. But when you do, they all generate code, send it over to the database, generate SQL code, send it to the database, and come back. Entity Framework tries to be a little innovative with the code that they generate there, but to squeeze maximum performance. Just like if you wanted to squeeze maximum performance out of a console application or service you're building with .NET, you can drop down and write some low-level C++ code and call that from .NET so that you can achieve optimal performance. Anybody can do that. That's always possible. So, Lazy Dev says, sometimes ORMs introduce the N+1 problem. Yes, oh my gosh. That's a great point, Lazy Dev, and don't panic. You're very welcome. I'm happy to have these discussions and help new folks that are exploring and getting into tech here, or some of these tools that we use regularly. There is a common problem that Lazy Dev is highlighting here, the N+1 problem, where when you make a request to, let's use a typical orders database, right? You've built a shopping cart, you're storing orders, you have a top-level order record, that it's an order placed by Jeff Fritz, and then there's order details that come with that, right? The line items. Jeff ordered 5 widgets. He ordered 6 hats. Those are the line items. When you request the order record, if you don't properly query and tell it to include those detail tables, it can become very inefficient because it'll do this thing called lazy loading, and it'll make additional queries for each one of those other records to load in. Entity Framework tries to optimize for that. It'll try to do a little bit more to help with that. Different ways of bridging the database to models, for example, Dapper. Yes. So Dapper is a micro ORM where you can specify the SQL you'd like to be run against the database, and here's the model that I want you to stuff the results in when it comes back. And the killer feature about Dapper isn't so much that it executes the SQL, it's how quickly it takes the results and puts it into the model type that you requested. So, hey Guillermo, how you doing there? What would I say for people that say that Aspire is still too new to start to be used? I'd say to them that you're lying to yourself. I'd say to them that .NET Aspire has been around now for 2.5 years, and that it's in a fantastic place for not just you to benefit from, but there are teams across Microsoft that build some of the tools and features that you use every day online that are using .NET Aspire in much bigger and more sophisticated scenarios than you ever will. And some of those key folks, I think I can share that there are folks on the Bing team that use .NET Aspire. It helps them isolate and bring up sections of the application so they can test and work with, manipulate, and get that full experience of here's how things work, and test and evaluate and do those updates on their local workstation without having to bring up and manage a bunch of containers here, there, and everywhere and have servers littered all over the place, but having that very focused place that they can orchestrate, get the tracing, get the logging, get the metrics, and see how all those things work together. Like, when you hear folks in a Microsoft call that are learning about the product and they're excited about it and they're building these big products, that we use every day, like, okay, we're on the right path. So, what am I planning on working today? So, we've shown and talked about, and we've used Playwright as part of our work with .NET Aspire, and we were running into challenges with starting, stopping, and managing how those things work together. I solved them as part of my session that I delivered at Build. You can find that video on YouTube now. Where is that? It's on the Microsoft Developer channel. What we're going to do, and I had a conversation with our friend Maddie. Thank you. With our friend Maddie Montequilla, just before I came on stream here today. Yeah, here's the video. And after talking to her, I really want to go back and visit. There's the YouTube link. Want to visit this idea of here's the things that we use to launch Aspire, orchestrate Playwright, and stitch the two together. I want to take those features, put them into a class library that we can reuse, and get that building and put a NuGet package on a GitHub repository for right now that has those features, and let's test and iterate on that a little bit and see what we can come up with, because I think, and I started testing and tinkering with, I think we can also put into this a way for .NET Aspire to host and present the logs and reports from Playwright on the dashboard. You've been using the technique for the last few days, really powerful. Look at that, even Phil likes it. And if Phil likes it, you know it's not just me. Thank you, Phil. You still have friends who refuse to use Aspire as they don't have a need for it. You're giving me an idea for a video, for some content to create. It's my belief that everybody, once you see and start using .NET Aspire, everybody will want to use it. Let me iterate on that, because I think, and C# Titan, we've talked a little bit about some of your colleagues that say, I don't need .NET Aspire. When you see it and you work with it and you see the advances that are coming with it, and what it gives you by default, yeah, it's ooh, okay, go ahead. It should be part of everybody's toolkit. The Neo asks, is Aspire used in production? If yes, how the tracing is working for this case at large scale. So when you deploy something that's built with .NET Aspire into a production space, you're not using the dashboard that it comes with. You're going to publish the OpenTelemetry content that comes off of .NET Aspire that it's configured your application to be able to use. You're going to publish that to a more robust enterprise safe endpoint. You're going to use something like Azure App Insights, or I forget what they're calling it now, or a Datadog, or a SolarWinds, or you're going to publish it to your own Prometheus database and mine and present it with Grafana if that's what you like. That content, it's OpenTelemetry. Anybody can build a tool that will consume and present it. That's up to you to decide how you want that stored. The dashboard is a developer tool that makes it easy for us to see that without having to go and get an enterprise-grade tool that's going to deliver all of those features. Now, of course, you can run the dashboard in your production space if that's what you want, but it keeps that stuff in memory and it will eventually overflow. So, is Aspire used in production? Aspire is a series of tools and libraries that give you the dashboard, that give you the tools that stitch together the features of your application system, and it stitches them together in a in a way that does not couple you to .NET, to Aspire, to Azure, to Visual Studio. It couples things together using environment variables, using standard tools and features that you already are using. It just automates all that stuff. And it gives you libraries that automatically present, produce, and share and pull these things together with service discovery. So that's a great thing. And all the source code is available. So if folks don't believe me, no, in that. All the source code is available. If folks don't believe me and think that there's a significant hook that's keeping folks coupled tightly to Azure, that's just not the case. There is nothing that requires you to use Azure. Hang on. I've got a family thing I need to take care of. Give me just a few minutes here. I will be right back. All right. Somebody was declining my health insurance for my daughter. That's annoying. Catching up here. What do I think about the state of Maui? There's still development going on. There are teams working on it. I don't have any further specifics about it. I've seen the folks out there that are saying doom and gloom about .NET Maui. I don't have any specifics that I can say about or know about project direction going forward. So, are there certain projects where .NET Aspire would not be adding any value? Asks Marcus Voice Coder. Marcus, I think the answer to that is no. Because of the way that, I mean, even if you have just a standalone Windows application that doesn't connect to any other system at all, you're still going to get logging and tracing coming out of it that will be visible, and the metrics coming out of it that will be visible and allow you to investigate some of those performance things that are compelling and interesting in your application. So I think we're we're at a point where Aspire is going to help pretty much everyone. Hey, Guillermo, with a question here. What I see is that people are afraid to start using, I think you're saying using Aspire. I should have disabled the ad break. My bad. And invest time in learning, only for Microsoft to eventually stop supporting it and deprecating it. What was the last thing Microsoft deprecated? What was the last developer tool that Microsoft deprecated? And if you say Silverlight, Silverlight had a 15-year run. So to say that Microsoft would deprecate something in a year or two is just not the case. It's just not the case. So, hey, Alleyface, good morning. Great to see you. Hello. Something happened. A provider decided that they were not going to accept my health insurance, and they were declining me. My voice is low on YouTube. Is it? I think I'm just fine on all the services. I'm looking at my gauges here, and things look normal. So, yeah. So everything, we gave them all the numbers and cards and things, and oh yeah, sorry, we must have keyed something in wrong. That's right. Getting back into learning for Pat is they're getting back into learning. Okay. As you search for a new job is so time consuming. I found the hardest part is how much new stuff out there is to learn. Yes. There's always a lot to learn. In the .NET space, Aspire is great to learn. To get out there and set yourself apart. Microsoft Extensions AI is going to be important to learn as well. So as we want to bring AI features into our applications. Eric, how you doing there? Hello, hello. So, I want to take. So, like I said, I was talking to our friend, and the boss, the Aspire lead Aspire PM here, Maddie Montequillo. I was talking to her before stream about some of the things going on with Aspire, and I really want to take some of those features that I put into the demo, the Playwright demo, and bring them out, put them into a separate NuGet package, and see what we can do to make something a little bit more compelling and interesting there. And if it works out nicely, we'll take this capability and roll it into the community toolkit. So let's see what we can come up with here. Let's iterate a little bit and have some fun and write some web tests along the way with Playwright. So where'd she go? I saw Ellie face with a good morning and disappeared. I sometimes do that on her stream too. Anyways, so let me do this. Let me come over here and let's set the table for where things were. I think I called it Aspire and Playwright. Oop, there it was. Yep. Yeah. This one. Right? And I've been using a lot of VS Code recently. I don't know, it just felt right. Yeah, let's dive in here and take a look at what we have and start pulling some pieces out of this. Buvanesh asks on YouTube, is gRPC still good to learn? Was it better than REST API and GraphQL? gRPC is a great compressed machine language for discussion, for API interactions between services. Quite frankly, you shouldn't be writing gRPC directly. gRPC should be a wrapper that goes around your services. And is it something good to learn? Sure, you're going to get performance and streaming coming out of it, but quite frankly, does it make that much of a difference compared to a REST API or Open API? No. No. The reasons to go over there, great. It's got a smaller footprint. Yay. Fine. Is it that much better? No. No. GraphQL is different. GraphQL is right. I keep making the comparison back to oh my gosh, the old query technology that we had, that everybody wanted to use in all their APIs, and they abused. And GraphQL is just another flavor of, oh, you can query my OData. That was it. Thank you, Space Shot. Hey, good to see you there. Yeah, it's GraphQL is just OData rebuilt with angle brackets instead of with curly braces instead of angle brackets and SOAP. Can I show how I work with Aspire in VS Code? Sure. I'm actually we're going to do a lot of that 2.8. So yeah, you want to take the plunge and add it to an existing system? Cool. But need to be able to only reload a single project at a time instead of spinning everything up on each compile. The docs don't seem to mention how this works. There's a couple ways that you can do this. So this sample and this source code is available for this sample. Yeah, there's a GitHub Copilot docs. It's on my GitHub repositories out here. Where is it? No. Hey, there's my build lab. No. There it is. Aspire Playwright demo. This source code is available if you'd like to download and work with it. There is no requirement to use Azure or anything. This is straight .NET. .NET 9. You can download and run this immediately. I should put a link to the video on this where I show this off. Where'd that link go? Yeah, there it is. You can watch a video of Fritz showing this code, how it works, and how you can extend it at ta-da. Sure. There we go. And there's a link to the video so you can see me talking about that. No, I don't have a project command out there. You're welcome, Bhuvanesh. Happy to chat more about it if you'd like. If you have follow-up discussion you want to do there. Eric asks, I saw a vid by Debbie O'Brien where she was using MCP and Copilot to generate tests from simple data script. I do that in this video. I use the Playwright MCP. Where's this guy? I know him. Gosh, he's almost sitting right where I am. Where I use the MCP to generate a test. And you see it work with, you can see the Aspire dashboard is running out here with a Blazor application. So check it out. It's just a 16-minute video that'll show you how you can use that. I look at this as great ways for help desk folks, for QA folks, to triage error reports. Take the error report, pass it into Copilot, go generate the Playwright tests for me so that I've got a clear vision of here's exactly what this person did. And then, yes, I and then.
And then?
Take that script and put it into...
And then?
There you go. Into end-to-end tests. Not, I didn't say and then. End-to-end tests. And be able to pass that off to somebody who's working on the development team that can do break-fix support on that. You need to keep 2 on-premise systems in different locations synchronized and ready to operate as the primary one. Ooh. Can I give you any tips on how to achieve that goal? You're considering using SQL Server with Always On, but the enterprise license is too expensive. You could use something like Cosmos DB with replication in different regions. But Cosmos DB isn't on-premise. You could drop a service bus in there so that when you publish, when you write, instead of writing directly, you send a message into the service bus, and you have 2 listeners in the 2 locations that both do the same write operation, and they're able to do it at different times. Your primary picks up and does it immediately. Your backup location does it. And then you could have checks that run to make sure things are in sync at night, stuff like that. Or I say at night, but I mean off hours, right? Off peak hours for your application. So Marcus started using MCP server and Playwright to perform manual testing earlier. It saved a lot of time. That is a fantastic point. Marcus Voice Coder codes with his voice, and you can see his stream where Marcus is doing that. Really cool to see how Marcus works with that. But as a tool that enables folks to test and work with websites, because you can dictate clear prose to Playwright, to Copilot, that will then start up the Playwright MCP server, right? Which is an AI way to tell Playwright, go explore, run a browser, and interact with these things. It's a great way to enable more folks to be able to interact with the browser, with the tools. Very cool stuff. So, no, take me back to over here. Yeah, there's the stuff. I don't think. No, that's not the project. Stand by. Fritz opened the wrong project. Is it? Yeah, Playwright Aspire demo. Yeah, that one. There we go. Cool. And this is the one that I used in the demo. So this has .NET Aspire wired up to it, so that it can run and manage what are 3 services. It runs a Redis cache using a container locally. And to the question of, well, how do you keep things running so you don't have to restart it all the time? You add this command to the configuration. With lifetime, persistent. And it will not stop the container between runs. You probably also wanted, and there I do it with the Postgres container here as well, so that it keeps that container running. Now, for databases like these, if you were running and working locally, and you'll see me do this with things like Project Charlie with SharpSite, I also have a statement in here where I'll say with data volume. And what that does is it will set up and configure, no, I don't want it read-only. It'll set up and configure a persisted folder on disk that database content will live on in, right? You can also do that for things like the Azure Storage Emulator, but a lot of the database integrations allow you to do that. But here's an API that it connects to and works with, and here's the weather website that it works with as well. So pretty easygoing sample that's sitting here, and when this runs with .NET Aspire, we go into App Host, of course. I'll run it with .NET Watch, and .NET Aspire systems do a pretty good job with .NET Watch. Pretty good. It can always get better. But for the .NET applications that are running as part of this, it will restart automatically as things change. So here we're getting everything started. Come on. Come on. there's the database. Here comes the website, and the website will start. Thank you. And right, this is my demo that I wrote that gets data from the United States National Weather Service, right? So I can see all the structured logs of what happened here, right? I can see exactly where, right? Go get the list of weather zones over here and present it. Connected to Redis. Here's how it connected to Redis for caching of that information. And I can see traces of all those things in here. So I can see here, look, it went to go get data when it started up. So it went to go give me a list of all the zones that are available from the API. The API got the data and then set it on the Redis cache after it went to go check and see if it could find it, right? These are kind of in the wrong order. And then this checked in Postgres, hey, do you have any data for me? No, and it returned. I can see that entire trace here. That's built in. I didn't have to write any code to generate that, right? Like, if you do nothing else, the ability to see those individual steps of interactions between systems, right? Because when you get to a production place, these things all live on different machines. So when somebody tells you, I don't need Aspire, they haven't they haven't had to do this. The moment you need to trace a request from one system to the next, good night. I'll go you one step further. I'm going to click into the request over here for Postgres, and it shows you the database statement that was executed. Once again, I didn't write code. The only thing that is added, and you can see this, you can download and look at this. The only thing that is added over here, right? So it uses a special flavor of the entity framework bindings for Postgres, and it configures it with this statement: add NPG SQL context, DB context, and specifies here's the name of the connection. That's it to get that, right? Add service defaults, and where's the other one down here? It's not here. Oh, there it is. Map default endpoints, help to light up health checks, and allows all of the logging and tracing metrics to light up. But if you look at my weather context, this is just a standard entity framework database connection, right? If you work in .NET, this is a garden variety thing that you're used to seeing. There's nothing in here that's specific that says, hey, do this extra bit of logging. Hey, do this extra bit of metrics tracing. Metrics reporting, not tracing, right? It's all the same. I can comment out those other things, and this will continue working and behave just the same. .NET Aspire just gives you this insight for free. So yeah, right? So I can see, yeah, here we go, right? I can see the interactions with the database as metrics here. There's 100 connections to the database right now because of the way that the Postgres driver does connection pooling. It goes and makes 100 connections to the database, and they're sitting out there. I can see the number of commands that are executing. There are no commands executing. Right? In the last 5 minutes, that's weird. Ah, there it is. So there we can see, right, the duration of the requests. So I can see performance numbers immediately in here. Really cool stuff. No code changes needed by you. Right? Just, I shouldn't have said that. literally 2 lines of code added to make that work, right? Map default endpoints gives you health checks. You don't really need to do that if you don't want. Add service defaults. You do that and it lights up all of that logging for you. Use the Aspire enabled libraries here and it will enable and light up more logging for you. You don't have to do this, but by doing it, it gives you the additional tracing, logging, and reporting. There are other ways to enable and turn that on, but this is the easy way to do it. What you building? We're going to be doing, we're going to take, so let's talk about the features of this for just a second, and I'll explain what we're going to do. So when you look at this system, right, and this is intended to be a simple system that folks can start up and work with, right, that is similar in structure to something you might have that you run on premise or in the cloud, right, with Redis cache, Postgres database, you have an API endpoint out there, and you have a website, right, and we can see how all those things fit together here in our .NET Aspire graph, right? I've had folks tell me that they print this out and take it to the boss as their diagram of here's what the system looks like, because it generates and Aspire generates and manages this for you. Okay, that's really cool. I'm not sure what this is. Oh, that's the database. Yes, and it's running on Postgres. So here, move you over there, right? So this connects to the API. The API works with the Redis cache, and the Redis cache has a cache insight endpoint there that you can use to view what's going on in the cache. So this is kind of in structure the same way that you might have a system. But because in order for me to test all of these pieces going together, I need to run all the things and then navigate to the website and click around in here and test how things work and pull this down, and I can go search for...
And then?
Yeah, search for a location and bring it up, and sure, that looks good. But I've got to do that every time. Well, .NET Aspire can do all of this for you. And what we're going to do is we're going to pull together a library of the components that I wrote for this demo and make it easier to use them as a shared library. Corey, Hurricane Weathers, how you doing there, buddy? Good to see you. Coming from a former performance engineer? Yes, right? Without having to break out all the advanced performance measurement tools. And those still have a place. As a first pass for the average developer that's working, to be able to reach in and take a look at the request duration and see, well, that doesn't look right. Yeah. Right, and if I do a refresh over here so that it hits it again, right, I'll see that update and appear on the graph. Here's exactly how long it took as that ticks along. There you go. Right, and that now you're moving too fast. Slow down. Right, so I can see that it took 3 milliseconds. That's fine. Right, I mean, the scale of this graph, that's fine. So really cool to have that first glance at it. I got you, buddy. Drop me a line. Happy to work with you always. You know how to get in touch. So, one thing about Aspire that Robson finds fantastic is the ability to start multiple instances of your service and to be able to develop a system for high scalability. Dude, you're not wrong. Let's do that real quick, right? So over here in App Host, when I say add project, this creates one instance. Where is it? What is it to create multiple? With replicas. There it is. That's what I meant. That's what I want. And you can give it a number. How many do you want? I'd like 5. 5 sounds good. Since I changed the way it starts up, I need to rebuild. Vercel has stuff like this? I don't know. Do they? I don't use Vercel. There it goes. and refresh the dashboard. Jump back over here. And now I've got 5 instances running. There they are. Right? So I can click through and work with different instances of them. I thought they would be on different endpoints, but there are different instances. So, like, that's cool. I can take a look and see how it responds. I could run multiple APIs, right? Run multiple copies of the API, put a reverse proxy in front of it so that it load balances across them and see how that behaves. You can do that too. Real easy for you to test and do that type of interaction with literally no thought right there on the Aspire dashboard. So, great stuff. But I want to show and talk about how we use Playwright to go into this. And the way that we built and we're working with Playwright, I had a script in SharpSight that would start up the website, start up Aspire like this, wait for it to get running. And it didn't just wait. It went out and pinged the dashboard location. Are you ready yet? Are you ready yet? Are you ready yet? Dumb. I want to be able to listen and wait for the dashboard to run and then start Playwright. And here's the thing. We have Aspire testing tools that do that. And you can start up an Aspire test template, right? Let's see if I can remember how to do this. I forget what's the keystroke to move that? There it is. Okay. Right, so if I do .NET new list, there is a .NET Aspire. There we go. .NET Aspire test. There are 2 .NET Aspire test templates that you can use that start up a test version of Aspire, and we actually use this to test Aspire, right? Like, we made our tools available to you so that you can use it. Like, we use our own product to test our product. So in this test project, right, it uses .NET SDK, .NET 9, and these are my my C# configuration bits. It's marked as a test project. I forget what that enables. But it includes a reference to Aspire hosting testing, right? And this is on 9.2. I should upgrade this to 9.3. We'll work on that as part of what we're going to do here. Really? The spam calls today have been fierce. So then I've got my test libraries. I've included my ASP.NET test host because it's hosting a test website that I want to be able to reach in and work with. And a bunch of using statements, global using statements here. Yep. So nothing unique or different here, but what's great is I've included Playwright here so that I can write integration tests. No. Where'd it go? This one. I can write tests that exercise the website like this. Configure the app host so that it's running, and then interact with this page in this service name. Go to the root of the website, so open the browser and go there. And I'm just doing a standard Playwright thing here. Look at the title of the page and make sure that it's the title expected. It's really just go navigate and make sure we get to the home page. And I think, do I still have this? Do I still have headless turned on? I think that's in my Playwright. I'm gonna mark this as true for. Yes, do that because I'm gonna want that in the future. So now, when I run the tests, it will actually, not extensions, tests. It will actually launch the whole shooting match here. Not search for city. Yeah, test for the homepage. It'll actually start Aspire, start Playwright's browser, open the browser, and navigate. Check this out. I'll come to your question in a second here, Fuel Snable. So here it is starting up, and when it's ready to open Playwright, we'll see the browser open here. And I have Playwright configured to work with Chromium for right now. Why'd you do that? Did we see the browser open? Because I didn't see the browser open. Oh, I said headless true. No, I want to watch you do your thing. Fuel Snable asks, what do I do when Copilot says my code is a public repository and it doesn't want to help you anymore? Wait till next month when your requests are reset. There it is. See, it opened a browser, it navigated, did its thing, and it's done. Right? It takes extra time because it opens the browser, but if you're watching the browser, yeah, you want to see what's going on. So, yeah, Fuel Snable, if you're on a free plan in a public repo, you're gonna have to wait for it to reset. Sorry. So what I want to do, I want to take some of these components that I built for this and pull them out into a shared library, work on their API a little bit to make it more robust, and publish that as a NuGet package. Sound good? So let's start up here. So I'm gonna go up here. I'm gonna create a project. This is coupled to XUnit, right? Am I coupled to XUnit? My base tests are, because it's the way that I wrap it as a class fixture. So, let's call this Fritz Aspire Playwright XUnit, which is a mouthful, but I'm okay with that because I'll come up with something snappier later. Let's create a solution file. Let's create a class lib and call it exactly that. Fritz Aspire Playwright XUnit. Yeah. Add that to the solution. Fritz Aspire Player. Yeah, there we go. Oh, not Git. I'm crisscrossing my command lines here. Cool. All right. Let's open this in VS Code. Yeah, you can go to ChatGPT and use their free request. Sure. I'm going to need a reference to XUnit on this. So let's .NET add package. It's package add XUnit, right? I'm having this problem with the .NET command line. where I have to explicitly call out the CS_proj file for it to know what to interact with. Cool. All right. So there's that. So now I have XUnit available as part of this. And I guess I'm going to need Playwright in there also, huh? .NET package, add, Microsoft, Playwright. Yes. Project, Fritz dot blah blah blah. Hit tab to auto-complete these things. Okay, cool. So that's in there now. All right. Let's get rid of this. And quite frankly, I just want to copy over the couple of files that I have here. Aspire Manager, Playwright Manager, and Base Playwright Test. I have a feeling, though, I'm going to need access to distributed application and distributed testing builder. So I think I'm probably going to need the Aspire testing things. Aspire hosting testing. Let's bring that in. .NET package, add this project. Cool. All right, now I'll set the project command over here about what we're working on, because now building a shared library for testing systems, not just applications, systems with Aspire and Playwright. So there we go. And I don't have a repository, a GitHub repository for this yet. I suppose I can create one, right? Right? Like, that's a thing. .NET new git ignore. Bet you didn't know you could do that. Cool. What do you think, Git? Add the git ignore first. First commit. Setting up library. Right? Sure. I need a remote, so let's go to the hub of all things Git. I want a new repository. Don't need a template. Owner is, no, not them, me. Fritz. Aspire Playwright. XUnit. A library that makes testing with Aspire and Playwright easy. Public. This will be open source. I don't want you to add a git ignore because I got one of those for you. MIT license. Looks good. Create it. Bam! Give me a remote. Git remote, add origin. One of these. Git pull origin main. Yeah. Get the command to yeah. Allow unrelated histories. That's it. Cool. And there you go. That's where you'll see it happen. moving on. So what else? What else could we need in here? I don't know if I need that. I don't know if I need those yet either. I certainly don't need coverlet. I don't need that. But I do want to bring over some of these, right? Am I going to be able to just copy and paste? Oh, yes. Fantastic. Let's fix up. That's fine. Fix up my namespace. Thanks so much. Fix up this one too. Change namespaces. Undo Fritz doing something stupid. Yeah. No. Okay. I'm missing a using statement here. Yep, that's fine. And really, I should put some of these into a global using, you know? Right? Like, that's going to be, yep, using X unit. Right? Do I have one over here? Using X unit. Of course. Sure. Let's pull some of those out into... Let's pull these three all out into global usings. It'd be really cool. It would be really cool. No. It'd be really cool if Copilot would do that for me. Oh, look at that. That's new. I know what tool sets are, but that's not. What's modes? What's modes? Sure. Okay. Handy. What's instruction? Oh, these are Copilot. Well, what are you doing? What is coverlet? Coverlet does code coverage reporting. Without documentation, without a help thing here to tell me what these things are, I will have to search and learn about you later. Feedback, discovery of new features, and how to use them, low. Where was I? So let's split this. Put you over here. Move these three using statements. I'm going to change. I should be able to use, yeah. Yeah, look at that. Now it's really telling you. Fine, use GPT-4.1. Move these three using statements to global usings in the project file. And sure, add the project file. Right? That way it's there. I don't have an extra file laying around. Just move it over there and do the thing. Right? And watch it clean up. Yep. So. And it removed them from here because don't need them. I could tell it go clean up the other files, but I don't need to. Nope. So, yeah. So now I don't need some of these, so we can remove those. Didn't I add that? Back in the project file. This one? Yeah. No, it's here. Fine. And you're not going to let me type inside of it. That feels weird. Using Microsoft Playwright. There we go. All right. Because I'm going to use it on most pages, you know? So we can simplify, right? Get set off on the right foot here. Cool. No. So without doing anything else, that's usable. There's more we can do here that we should do here. I'd like to turn that back on so that when you're in debugging, it automatically says show the browser, which makes sense, right? Let me see here. What else? Right, see, it's right there. I think I should make this an internal class. And same thing with the Aspire Manager. So that you aren't accessing these things directly, but you're working through over here. Now, let's make this protected internal. No, you don't like that either. It's internal. Right? Can I can do that, can't I? No. All right, I guess I do need to make the Aspire Manager public then. I guess so XUnit can see it and manage the life cycle of it. That makes sense, I guess. Ooh. Wanted to put on my new Gunners. Got to put on the new Gunners. Oh my gosh, it's already 11? Where has time gone? Let's do that. Let me get the Gunners on. I want to show these off. So these are the last Gunners that I received last week. I wasn't allowed to show them until today because they were just released. So they come in, once again, the cool upside down Gunner box. Right there, you can see the embossing there. Hey, Lucas. Hello. Thank you for the follow. So it's got, of course, the very satisfying magnetic door there. That's always nice. Kind of a normal velvety inside. And then the glasses come in cool bag that's made of the same kind of silky material that you would use to wipe the glasses clean. It's got this cool pattern on it. We've seen that before. And then, of course, right, the Gunnar logo there in the bottom corner. These are called the Pinnacles. These were just released yesterday. I love them. Wireframe, nice wide lenses. Look at how wide those lenses are. Right? I think this is a titanium frame. Really, really sharp looking. I love how wide the lenses are, and they've got a little bit of curve on them so that they form to your face. Oh, yeah. Lighter. Got the nose pads on it so that they fit real nice. These are fantastic. So the folks at Gunnar, just released these. I am an affiliate with Gunnar. There is a coupon code below that you can check out. 15% off any pair of glasses that you want to get over on Gunnar's website. I believe in protecting your eyes as you're working. Of course, you're working on a computer. You want to be able to protect your eyes, be able to see well. So I've been using Gunnar for years and years and years. You can get these. These are available both in clear version and the amber computer. They don't have these in sunglasses. And you can also get them as prescription lenses for the pinnacles. Most of their other glasses you can get as sunglasses also. Maybe you don't want to wear them to look at a computer, but you want a nice pair of sunglasses. They've got fantastic sunglass options for those also. Like I think I've shown these, right? I have sunglasses that were made based on Overwatch and the character Reaper. And these are some fantastic sunglasses. I love them. Very, very cool with the Reaper logo on the side there. Nice wide shields on the side of the arms. Fantastic. Check it out. Big thanks to Gunnar for their support. I have a coupon code. Full disclosure, I do get a commission if you use my coupon code, but hey, you get 15% off. Big thanks to Gunnar for their support, helping keep our eyes healthy. Really great stuff that they're working on. And quite literally, the CEO of Gunnar is one of the world's most recognized experts on eye health. The guy's written papers and spoken at symposiums about how to take better care of your eyes, right? And there's more to the glasses than just the yellow lenses. You can buy a pair of glasses with yellow lenses on Amazon that are dirt cheap, that'll scratch up and smear. There's more to it than just the color lenses. There's the material they're made from. There's how they're built, what they've put into them, how they're shaped. They do all kinds of things to make sure that your eyes stay healthy. It's great stuff. What do I think about smart glasses? Are they meant to wear 24/7? This is the idea of the Meta glasses that have a camera on them that detect what's going on around you and can help you if you're having problems with vision, if you want to learn more about something, being able to ask questions about your surrounding. I don't think they're meant to be worn 24/7. That would be a significant privacy violation. I think the idea of smart glasses is something that folks have been talking about for years and years, since the 90s, right? And I go back to the Gibson book, William Gibson book, Virtual Light. Fantastic science fiction book, where he talks about the idea of augmented vision and your glasses being able to give you information about what's going on around you. Google Glass tried to do that. Unfortunately, you looked like you were one of the Borg while you were wearing it. I think smart glasses are a step in that direction, but the things that it does, and knowing how wonderful the folks at Meta are with your privacy information, I wouldn't trust it. So, but there you go. I wanted to get my glasses on. Once again, big thanks to the folks at Gunnar. They do a fantastic job. I'm going to be doing some broadcasts on the Gunnar channels, including their Instagram, coming up here soon. So we'll see what happens with that. I'll let you know. That's why WhatsApp is free. Yes, because they are reading what you're doing. It seems like it would be too much stimulation. I kind of agree. All right, let's take a look here. So, funny, the Playwright manager is okay with being internal. Right? I guess since that's internal to this and it's not being passed in anywhere. I think we're going to want to put some... We're going to want to... Oh boy, listen to me. We should put some summary tags here. Yeah. Thanks. that's good enough for now, Playwright. I'm sorry, Copilot. Yeah. Sure. We can clean up this other junk. Thanks so much. We don't really need anything on dispose. Like, dispose is dispose, right? You thought they only read some sort of metadata? No, they have cameras that they're scanning and watching what you're looking at. What about the visor order? Asks Patty Boy. We are closing in. I haven't checked the visor board. The visors are apparently in production. That's what they say. And they're going to be delivered. They're going to be shipped by the end of Q2, which is in less than 2 weeks now. We'll see. I'm fortunate that I can kind of check off that investment, that purchase that I made as a sunk cost. It doesn't affect me negatively that I don't have the product, that I spent that money and I don't have anything to show for it. It doesn't negatively impact me. I know it would for other folks, and I know I'm fortunate in that. However, because I haven't gotten it yet, I'm not as upset. I'm annoyed that I haven't gotten it yet. I'm annoyed that they said it was going to be delivered in October 2024, and we haven't gotten it yet. Waiting to see. That's all I can do is wait. And I think what's happening, I think the mentality with the folks at Immersed, they're trying to get something perfect, and they're trying to satisfy a number of large vendors and partners that they're working with. And because they're trying to make it perfect for everybody, they're not getting anything accomplished. They're not moving the needle across the goal line. They're all pushing for some fit and finish, is what I suspect is going on. So, delays like we're seeing, I know there was some concern on delays because of the American tariffs. The Immersed company is based here in the States. Their manufacturing company is over in China. So, let's hope my perseverance pays off. I agree. There are YouTube videos of folks using the visor, with some of the community folks using the visor, and it looks great. It is a near finished production version. Like it's the final samples that they sent out, and there's two guys that are tinkering and playing with it, and they look really good. We're hanging in there. Oh, come on, where is it? So they're supposed to ship all of the Founders Editions within the next 10 days. So we shall see. Yeah, here we go. Let me get this. I can show you, right? Man, we're squirreling right now.
Hello, Immersed community, and
There you go.
everybody new joining the channel. My name's Chris. I've gotten a lot of requests
Yep.
lately to cover.
So this is one of the
basic,
guys that was sent the device.
Functionality
And
around the stems and the shield and how that relates.
so for those of you who haven't seen, this is a new VR AR device that is optimized for you to work with your computer and give you multiple screens, workspaces in virtual space. So It's got 4 cameras you see on the front. There's 2 cameras at the bottom, so it can see your hands. And then there's a shield that goes over this, and stems that they call them, right? Which are your eyeglass stems, like these right here, that plug in and also have the power on it. Ads just are running now on Twitch. Is that a finished product? They say that this is the production ready version. But this guy Chris does he's been very active on the Discord. Like, this is what happens when you're active on Discord's other communities for a company and they consider you an influencer. They will send you pre-release product to review as a trusted influencer for their product. So, the word is, though, that these stems aren't what you're really going to want to use with it. You're going to want to use a strap, like a normal VR headset. But for just a normal use, like just put them on and get working, it looks and feels, of the VR headsets that are out there, the most like just a pair of glasses. That looks like just a pair of glasses. Right? And when you put the shield on the front, which just magnets on, he's going to show that here.
It's actually showing through the bottom part of the actual headset chassis.
Right. Some VR folks think, oh, it's cool to just show that it's a VR. But when you put the...
And it just snaps on.
When you put the shield on... Right.
Magnets on each side.
It looks like just a pair of regular sunglasses at this point. A little bit bulkier, but it is the closest thing in production with these capabilities with 4K screens. The 2 lenses on it are each 4K. It's the closest thing that we have to something that looks like sunglasses. There's other eyeglass shaped devices that are a TV in your glasses. They're not as good quality, and they don't have the computing power and capabilities. They're really just mirroring whatever you have it plugged into, your phone, whatever. This truly is a device with, and look at how big the lenses are there. So, really cool stuff. There's a referral code if you're interested in this that I have. They'll get you a discount. It gets me a discount. I'm not going to hard promote this until I get one, because they haven't delivered yet. So yeah, visor.com is the link. And like I said, I have a referral code if you're interested. I think they give you $50 off if you use my referral code. So, and they also give me $50 off. So, you want the referral code? Well, let me go pull it real quick. It's funny, if you go to their website, there's a big thing, invest now. Like, I get it. There's a login button somewhere here for, is it on? Might be on the Immersed site. Man, they're really pushing the invest now thing on this. Right here, let's pull this over. Yeah. I want to log in, dude. Yeah, account. There we go. Ta-da! Yes, I know. I already have that. Thank you. Look at all that stuff. And I haven't been using it this week. Yes, I know. Visor referrals. But here's the referral link. So thank you. Somebody did purchase it using my link. But there's my link. It didn't turn the query string into a link. But that's my link if you're interested in buying. It is not cheap. It is going to be a premium device because it does have those 4K lenses on it. So, and once again, the warning, they have not shipped. Right, and 218 people have clicked it. So when referrals come through, I save a couple bucks, but you can see I spent a couple bucks on this. So, I am, and if you can key in here and get 50 bucks off, use my code, you get a couple more bucks. I think you get a couple more bucks off. But I did include membership. I ordered the Founders Edition, so I get it first. Membership means there's a monthly subscription payment for 2 years. You can tell them you don't want the membership and you want to prepay, and you're going to pay a lot more, and you don't have to make that monthly payment. That's fine. I'll make the monthly payment. Yeah, it broke the link. Copy the whole link. I don't know why, but yeah. I mean, I guess I could turn it into a bit.ly real quick. Let me log into bit.ly. Yes. I should start up my own version of bit.ly. There you go. Boom. There you go. So. But the Founders Edition comes with this red shield, which I think looks great. If you don't, it just comes with a black one. I think the blue one looks really hot. They say the shields are going to be available afterwards. But the Founders only goes to the first 25,000, and they haven't sold those out. So, but it is 4K. So, that's what's going on with that. Like I said, it's in the wild, and you see this guy has his
file and very snug in there, especially because they need to make room for the eye tracking hardware.
Yeah, there's eye tracking hardware in it also. So you'll be able to look at things and it will interact with you. But when you put those stems on, I mean, that's a pretty nice experience. The trick with this, they say, is you're going to want the overhead strap that they're making so that it isn't putting so much pressure on your nose. So, anyways, there you go. There's Fritz's toy that he's interested in. Oh, man. Let's dive back in over here and work on some code to test things. I don't think I need that anymore. You can go away. So back in here. So I think I've limited the things that I need to in order to be able to start packaging this, right? Like bare minimum, I could package what I have here right now, and I could reference and use it in another project. Right? Like, no big deal. Piece of cake. Right, go add all of those. And First coat. Sure. Push that up. Cool. All right. So now there's things that I've done and assumptions that I've made inside of here that I think we can improve. What do you got there, Ionescu? Big screen beyond 2, yeah. So, and of course it's one of the teardown folks, yeah. And this is a pair of glasses that is a pretty small form factor, but it's new features like it's pretty much just just glued to your face and syndicating what's on your screen. So fine, good for you. So this I want to be the entry point for this. There's a type parameter here. Can I get rid of? Where is T fixture? No, I got rid of that. Didn't I? Yeah. Wonder if we can simplify some of this. Because right now, it's a lot. Your Tobii eye tracker is good, but only really useful for the center of the main screen. I believe it. Yeah. With the visor, when you start working with those larger screens and you're looking around more, it should be a bit more valuable to do eye tracking with that. We'll see. So I think some of this we can make easier. Yeah, we need the browser token. I'm not sure if we should make the dashboard URL visible. I'm not sure. We're building a testing library. We should probably have a sample that we're going to bring this into and try using, right? So let's create a folder somewhere down here. Test, right? Put a folder inside of that. No, don't put a folder inside of that. Over to this thing. Let's create .NET Aspire sample project with testing, right? I forget. Is it Aspire? The Aspire starter. .NET new Aspire starter. That's not what I wanted. That's okay. I see what you've done here. I don't want the solution file because I've already got another solution file. Thanks so much. And I want the XUnit testing library. So .NET new Aspire XUnit And let's call this test dot. I don't want to call it test. That's stupid. Yeah. All right. Back over to here. No. .NET SLN add test. Yep. No. Test.web. Hey there, Code with Sean.
Code with Cian just resubscribed for 60 months.
Hello,
Oh my
hello.
God. It's been 5 years.
5 years.
Woot woot.
Man, oh man. Thanks so much. Really appreciate that support. And that goes to helping run some of the cool stuff that we do here on stream. Much appreciate that support. And let me go back into test. How you doing, Sean? Good to see you. I did this. Test X. There we go. And let's do .NET reference. Add. Test app host. There we go. Project test. There we go. Cool. All right. So I've wired everything up here. And I should be able to reach into test app host and actually, right? Right, actually see this running. I appreciate your support. Thank you. Thank you. Man, I went into sales mode there for a little bit. I'm sorry. With the Gunnar and then folks asking about the visor. Gonna turn on my desk fan here. Here we go. So, yes, .NET Aspire works, launches the website, and I do get all the things in here. Cool. UNESCO! Hey there!
Janice Q7 just resubscribed for 33 months.
33 months. Thank you so much, my friend. Really appreciate it. Thank you for that support. Let's see here. So, this all works and runs .NET Expedition 33. And I want that XUnit library now to be able to, that XUnit test, to be able to reach in and actually so .NET reference, I'll add it as a project reference. Right, so we're going to do this and that. And I'm going to need to go up another one to Fritz dot, yeah. And of course, there we go. Cool. So with that, I should be able to go back over here and take this. And yeah, look at all that wonderful stuff that helps you set up and get into. And here's template for how to get started and set up a cancellation token source. I want mine to be easier. I will call it test 1. And let's get rid of all this junk. Like, I think the test library shouldn't have instructions like that. I want to put a README in. I think a README is a little bit friendlier, easier to work with, you know? So, no. This. What? No. Really? Base, Playwright, tests. Cool, and it already had all my using statements and all that. That's fine. And I need to generate a constructor. Fine. Can I do that as a primary? Right? Can I do that? And then I don't need this? Okay. That works for me. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding? That's a pretty good completion. Not yet. I'm going to... You have to go to / for that service. And the assertion actually needs to be inside of this method. Inside this block. I think that's it. Can we just run this right now? Do you not see what I'm showing you, man? Test. Test X unit. It sees that it's a oh, wait a sec. I don't have... Sure. Do that. Now do you know what I have? Now do you know what I have? Build all the things. Go ahead. Be my guest. Be my guest. Be my guest. Put my code to the test. No. You can't find my test. You make me sad. Fine. Give me a terminal. I want a terminal. Thank you. You can go away if you're not gonna work with us here, Fred. I don't know who Fred is. And now I should be able to run .NET test, and it should start and run all the things. Right? All right. There we don't go. What do we got? Entry point exited without building a distributed application. Yeah. Oh, okay. This looks bad. I don't know what that means. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah. Integration test 1. Okay. Line 14. Well, wait a sec. Is that... Right? It's... Configure async. What? Go open my other... No. No. File, open recent. This one. Okay. It needs to be the app host project. Right. Liar! Go back over here. So can we put... where tEntryPoint is a class. So over here, can we just rename the file? Call it something like this. Right. Put a space in there because I'm feeling generous. So it's saying this should be, yeah, projects dot app host. Are we going to want an analyzer that looks at that and makes sure that that's an app host project? I think at the very least we need some documentation. Yeah. Run this at the beginning of your test, right? Yeah. This should be not entry point. Let's call this the app host should have a syntax like projects.apphost. Right? Just to give that little bit of documentation. Okay. Try that again. Are you going to work with this yet here? Are you going to help us out here? Test runner? No? Okay. Sure you don't want to give it a try? I guess not. Okay. Thanks so much. Great seeing you. Take care over there. So run that, John, again. Ads start in 1 minute here on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, hey, more folks watching on YouTube. How you doing there, YouTubers? Hello, hello. Thank you so much for tuning in over there on YouTube. There we go. Now it's running the tests. Okay, it actually navigated. And I get a wonderful error message there. Test service is not a service that's there. We don't need to include this whole entire stack. Yeah, are we going to be on for that then? I didn't see a response yet. I was going to send one today. My email is taking forever to update. Yeah, follow up with me on Discord. Let's follow up on Discord and let's see if we can hammer this out. So that's looking for a service called test service, but we know That's not in my app host. My app host has API service and web front end. I'm going to go to web front end. Try that again. Ads just kicked in. We'll see. This should run successfully now. Application started. Now, some folks have said it'd be great if we could get some telemetry logged as Playwright was navigating around. That might not be a bad idea for us in this, to somehow inject something into the app host, or grab the telemetry endpoints out of app host and feed them into XUnit to log its telemetry. That would be cool to do. The other thing that just hangs out there for me as I want to do this, with Playwright, when those tests run, right, there's a Playwright folder out here where it's got its stuff, but it will generate and save out reports here. There's the Playwright PowerShell script. Yeah, that's weird. All right. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Sean. So I'm going to be a guest speaker for Sean's group on Tuesday night. We're going to talk about exactly this. But Playwright can write log files for you, and it's in a format that you can host as a website. I'd like to be able to wrap that website and put it in the dashboard so you can watch and look at those reports. I forget exactly how to do that, but we'll do that. Let me commit what we've got here. Just add all the things. No, I don't want you to calculate. I just want to put a simple one in here. Otherwise, let's do that on stream in just a minute. I see your Discord PM. I don't want to do any inside baseball here. Let's do it. Let's talk this through and do it here live online. Give me 1 second, and friends, you're going to see what I'm talking about. This is first running tests with library. Right? I don't need to get too sophisticated. That's what it is. Go. Here's the deal. Here's what I want to do with you, friends. And we're going to do that. We're going to do it live. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Yeah.
Do it live!
Here we go. We're going to write an abstract and title for this session live right here. Real easy to do. Hey, thanks so much. I'm a technical speaker, and I'm going to be speaking at a user group meeting next week, period. The topic of my session is going to be about using .NET and Aspire to create a complete end-to-end testing experience, period. Give me 5 possible titles for this session. And then after we get a title here, I'm going to show you how we can use Copilot a little bit more interesting way. Just a second. End-to-end testing nirvana. From startup to shutdown, full spectrum testing in .NET with Aspire. Testing without gaps. Crafting a seamless .NET journey with Aspire. I would say with Aspire and... Oh, shoot. I made a mistake, comma. That session is going to be about using .NET, Aspire, and Playwright. Give me 5 more titles with this consideration. Let's do this right now. Here we go. Now we're talking seriously powerful stuff for end-to-end testing. Test the full stack. .NET Aspire meets Playwright for end-to-end mastery. That's cool. Cloud-ready, UI steady, building real-world tests with Aspire and Playwright. All right, not bad. From dev spin-up to pixel precision, end-to-end testing with Aspire and Playwright. I still like the first one. The dynamic duo, .NET Aspire and Playwright for modern testing workflows. One test to rule them all, harnessing Aspire and Playwright together. Give me that. Give me that. I like number 5. On YouTube, Al says, I'm unable to connect from the web app running through Playwright Aspire test to my API unless I added web host URLs to... You're able to connect from your web app through... Let me come back to you in just a minute here. There we go. I want to show you what's kind of like an intermediate or advanced technique you can use with Copilot, okay? Help me brainstorm. Dictate it, Fritz. Help me brainstorm an abstract for this session, period. Interview me and ask questions that will help craft an abstract for the session that we will share with our audience. I'll start with some key questions to draw out the core of your session. No. Ask me the questions one at a time until you have enough information to craft an appropriate abstract. Who is my target audience? Am I aiming the session at developers, new to testing, seasoned engineers, QA professionals? Now I can have a conversation with Copilot. I'd really like this session to be applicable to anyone that wants to test their applications. What kind of project or app will I demonstrate? I'll be demonstrating a web application that has a microservice connected to it. There will also be a database and Redis cache used in this application system. And having this conversation with Copilot allows me to think more about the type of content that I want and let it summarize and generate. What pain points or challenges does my session help solve? We're going to help pull together end-to-end testing scenarios. Period. You know, those tests that actually exercise the entire breadth of the running application system. Those full path, no assumption made tests. All right. What's the key takeaway or aha moment? I want the audience to appreciate that they can have all of the features of their running system that would be in production working locally on either their desktop or their CI systems, where they can ensure that messages the application behaves as expected. How technical will the session be? The session will be somewhat technical in how we set up and configure our system, our tests, and our continuous integration system, period. I will get less technical, though, when I introduce and show how to use the Playwright MCP to help generate tests with Copilot. Oh, got too far into it. Fine. Do the thing. Yes, send me a notification. And I'll do the thing over here. Blah, blah, blah. There we go. Stay signed in? Sure. No, go back to... Yes, this. How would I describe the tone or vibe? This should be a fun, no strings attached, live coding, discussion, and highly interactive session. At least I can use my hands when this happens. Yeah. Here we go. Join us for a highly interactive, live-coded walkthrough of what it truly means to test everything. In this session, we'll explore how .NET Aspire and Playwright can come together to create rich end-to-end testing scenarios. From front-end to back-end and everything in between. You'll watch a real-world web application in action, complete with microservices, a database, and Redis cache. All running locally and under test with production-like fidelity. I like it. And I'll be delivering this session Tuesday to Tulsa.net live online. All right? There you go, friends. That's how you can generate and work with and build a professional sounding session title and abstract for a conference that you may want to speak at. Well, that was fun. That was a nice little side distraction. Yeah, we're good. We're good. So let me catch up. So On YouTube, Al says, unable to connect from the web app, running through, unless I add web host URLs. Use URLs to API. You shouldn't have to do that. The API service doesn't do any of that. Give me a little more context there, Al. Al Wasim. Help me out with that. I think it sounds like you're right there, and there's something slightly misconfigured. .NET Aspire, in the app host, notice they renamed the file to app host CS instead of program, because the file name really doesn't matter. It's just top level statements. So app host is easier to find than one of how many program CS files. Right, when you do this add project, it should run on the URLs that are already configured in the project properties, right? So if you look here in the properties folder, there's a launch settings. This is a standard thing that it comes in the template, and most folks don't touch this. And when you open that up, it has these profiles in it that explains how to run the project. And you don't need to use that with URLs, because Aspire will pick up and use the application URLs that are configured in here. So you should have this file, and you shouldn't have to do any additional configuration. It should just, Aspire should just pick up and run that. And the Aspire manager that's in here, it's picking up that entry point, the app host, and telling go create and run this. Have a good one, Patty Boy. Thanks so much for tuning in. Take care. It should just pick up and run that. So I don't know. For the purposes of this library, like, bare minimum done. However, I think we need to do some other things to make this a little more robust. Hey, Suyash Codes. I'm all right. How are you? This is being called by the iAsync lifetime. This is tests should not call this directly. There we go. Same thing down here. Yeah. And right, I could even put some analyzers around this that kind of guard against calling these things directly. So, and even then, this isn't intended to be directly, right? Yeah, can this be marked internal? I bet it can. Yeah. Right, and I can still run my test. Is it going to show up over here yet? Hey, look who decided to join the game. Look at that. Thank you. Right, that still runs. Right? You finally found someone working with Playwright, building a web app for visualizing Playwright commands in an embedded browser. Ooh. Okay, that sounds cool. Let me ask you, Suyash. Do you mind me calling you just Suyash? Do you want a web app for visualizing those commands, or do you just want to generate some documentation? Like, I'm thinking generate some markdown with what's the diagramming language you can use with markdown? Mermaid, right? Right, you want to generate something like that. And if you were to generate just the documents, then you could expose them in a website. But as a starting point, you could analyze Playwright code and just generate that mermaid diagram, which that's not hard to do. That's not hard to do, but you're going to be analyzing code. Basically a web app where you can open a website, and then you have Playwright input commands where you can give commands like page.click. Okay. So as you're entering those commands, right, you could classify them and generate a document like this, and because it's markdown compatible, use a markdown rendering library to render and paint this next to it to show the steps that you went through, and then you'll have a little rendered diagram. Or do you want folks to be able to click through and see what they did? Playwright does some of that already. When you turn on Playwright logging, that's a whole nother feature we want to get into here. But for this, but there's definitely lots of options there. Where was I? Yeah, Mermaid's does a nice job on that stuff. Cool. All right, here we go. All right. So that all ran properly after I removed that one second here. There we go. All right. So that was fine. I'm okay with that. And this is really the entry point. I've angered. I'm trying to. Why can't I set my status? Okay, Discord's being dumped. There it is. Oh, my God. There we go. There we go. All right. Yep, there you go. There's the meetup if you want to tune in next week. Playwright doesn't provide a way to embed browsers things. It always uses a new window. So you want to orchestrate the current browser or a frame in the current browser. Playwright has hooks built into the browsers they launch. And that's what makes it possible. So, yeah, that's a little bit beyond just coding Playwright. You're trying to integrate at a very low level Playwright. Interesting, to be sure. That's a little bit beyond me. Let me see here. So let me make sure things are hidden and available here. This, we should probably make a setting. No, you go away. Let's make this a setting. And yeah, go ahead. Sure. Right, and this is used in 2 places when it creates the cancellation token source. There it is down there. All right. Actually, it's not passing it in. That's fine. Yeah. Getting that endpoint, those are direct methods, that's okay. And there's the default timeout. Let's put some carriage returns on this thing. Because dang. Okay. Create new page async. It's funny, the Playwright methods don't have cancellation tokens. Like you can do Chromium launch headless. Yeah, it opens a new window. Yep. Yeah, exactly. You don't have control over that browser window. Copilot it. Ask Copilot for help. Point Copilot at your code and how it runs Playwright and see if it can give you some tips to run Playwright where you want it to. Just guessing out loud. Playwright browser, new context async. Let's do this. Just because that wraps and looks hideous. Is there a... Yeah, I'm in the options, thanks. What do we got? Do we have a timeout in here? No. However, the other thing you'll notice, where'd it go? I don't want to... No, I'm okay with that. Where was it? There's somewhere where it's specifically saying Chromium. Yeah, there it is. So we're probably going to want to put... Oh, this is where AI fails. Yeah, because you're down at a level where there is no sample code. There we go. Cool. We may want to allow folks to change that. Okay. Let me finish the default timeout bits here. Yeah. But I don't need you. No, I don't need a summary around that. And then await the test on the page, finally close it. I could put some sort of a method around there that says, do you want to close this? Okay, I guess I'm all right on those. Okay. I feel like I don't want to expose these. Maybe the dashboard lock. Before I simplify further, let me pin that there. If this if this abstract class is my entry point, when I do configure async, I could let you choose a browser at this point, right? Does Playwright have a browser's enumeration? Playwright dot. Come on, give me something here. Microsoft Playwright. Is there a browsers? What do we got here? Browser type? Well, that's if you want to do mobile and then contrast. Yeah, there's an options collection here. There's an options collection here. We may want to, that I am assuming that exists between this and this. I think the ignore HTTPS errors is okay. I think color scheme we're going to want to allow folks to change. What other browser context options do we have here? I'm interested in learning more. Now, stop it. Thank you. Geolocation. Offline, that's interesting. Record video. Interesting. Like record video and the user agent. Like, these are all really cool features that Playwright gives us. I feel like there's I feel like there's a series of options that we want to put to wrap these that I should make available. But do I really want to delegate like that? I think everything except for base URL we could probably let folks pass in at some level, right? And have a have a default set of options here. I thought there was somewhere in Playwright that I added the MCP for Microsoft Docs. Yeah, and you use a proxy. There you go. And sessions. That could be valuable to expose and handle. Where is it? No. According to the Playwright documentation on Microsoft Docs, is there an enumeration, an enumerable, an enum available for the browsers that Playwright supports? Oh, and I'm using Claude Sonnet 4. This could be a GPT-4. That's going to use one of my premium requests. The browser type class. Ah, there we go. The iPlaywright interface provides browser type properties. So it's saying I should probably put Okay, that's not bad. You don't know why you find .NET in other languages tough for you? Oh. I know there are folks who see the addition of a compiler, the static typing that's required in C# and Visual Basic and F# or Java, they see that as more difficult than working with a dynamic language like JavaScript, a dynamic interpreted language like JavaScript. So, if I'm trying to find a new, yeah, they don't provide it. Yeah, it looks like it. You know what? This looks fine. Sure. Go ahead and add that in. Put in a new editor. Thank you. What are you doing? I'd like to save this file. Oh, no. Let's call this, sure, call it whatever you think it should be first, and then I'm going to rename it. Because I have the control dot button. Yeah, okay. Whoever you are, fine. Really? Really? You're going to be this way for me? How's that? You like apples? How about them apples? Yep, supported web browsers. Sure, this can be available. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. There you go. Boom goes a dynamite. I have that button. That wasn't the button. Really?
Boom goes the dynamite.
There he is. All right, I'm going to get in here.
Well, do your best.
Thank you. That's very encouraging. TypeScript works best for you? Okay, so Yash. TypeScript was invented by the same guy that wrote C#. So a lot of the syntax that you're used to in TypeScript is the same in C#. So you're already a good 50% there. So, okay, so if where is it I'm initializing? Right? This. Svekos!
Svekos just resubscribed for 18 months. Late stream joiner today.
That's okay.
Smile.
How you doing there, Svekos? Thank you so much. 18 months with us. I think that puts you in that orange striped hat with the propeller on it. Thank you so much for that support here on Twitch. All of our cheers, subscriptions, we reinvest right back into the stream to support some of the websites, projects that we run out there, hosting costs and what have you. Thank you so much. You can switch to C#. Switch might be a strong word. You can get there. That's a great way to describe it, Chuck. TypeScript straddles the line of the worst parts of JavaScript alongside the best parts of C#. Yeah, and that's a weird line to straddle. Excuse me here, I gotta blow my nose. Ooh. Ooh. Excuse me for a second while I step away to blow my nose. Hello. Previously on Fritz and Friends. All right, let me dive back in here. So where was it? Here, during the initialize, which is going to get called. Thank you. Which is going to get called outside. I'm also trying to keep an eye on Microsoft Teams. And here, there's the default expect timeout. This is in milliseconds. And it's down here is where it launches. So what if I'm not sure on the timing of this. Am I feeling better with the food poisoning? Yes. Oh my gosh, over the weekend it was awful. Yeah. And the thing is, I need to schedule a colonoscopy here coming this summer while I'm home. And Ooh. I'm going to be facing that same problem again. Hang on. Yeah, format that. Let's do some of that here first here. You already did that one? Yeah. See, and the thing is, I'm actually high risk, and I should be getting colonoscopies more frequently because I have the celiac disease. Like, I've already got a problem down there, and my my family has a history of colon cancer. So, like, that's what the heck are you doing up here? You spinning around like a top, like battle tops here. What the heck is this? What are you doing? But I do like that comment that we received earlier. I don't need .NET Aspire. I'm going to turn that into a little bit of a thought piece. Let me just type this. It's still going. Like, what are you doing? I'm not sure about the timing of things here. So let's put some console write lines in here so we can try and understand some of the timing of these. Because at the time this is called, I'd like to be able to specify this is the latest that I would like to be able to specify a browser, right? I might be able to specify a browser as a protected property on this and interpret that. So let's just write to the console. And it was in here. Sure, go ahead. And then the last bit was going to be around the options, right? Which is here. Sure, that's fine. All right, now let's run the test and kind of use that as a debugging point. So we can see where each one of these things runs, and we'll be able to make a decision where we can inject and allow you to set configuration of the browser. Launching browser, there. Yeah, you're running your test. Good for you. Launching browser in headless mode, running first test. Okay. And then that's done. We should also clear up warnings so that our library doesn't have any warnings that it fires. So here. Configure warnings as errors. No? What's the update this project to configure build warnings as errors. I forget how to do that. Go figure it out. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Yep, do that. Thank you. I don't know what you changed, but that's fine. All right. Where were we? So here in the base test, there's the constructor. Yes. No, not C console. That's no. All right. Run that test again now that I have this. Possible null reference for assignment. Okay, so here's warnings as errors. Yeah, go to that. For parameter app in you mean this? $68. Possible null reference for URI string. For dashboard URL. No, because configure async will be called first. So I guess I could do a check here to say, right, I put a guard clause up top, and then I don't need the bang here. Really? Okay. That's not bad. Dereference of a possible null reference. 172. No, and that should clear that up also. Run that again. Hey, Frank, you're using an old version of Aspire CLI. How do we update the CLI to the latest version? It's a .NET install. There's a .NET install. I would love there to be an upgrade. Yeah, it would be good to have an upgrade. Man, it would be good to have an upgrade verb in .NET commands. Like, I would love to say .NET EF upgrade, and it upgrades itself. Goes, checks to see if there's a new one, downloads and calls .NET EF install. .NET install, what is it? EF tools. I forget the command for it. I go and copy it every time. One error this time. What do we got? Possibly null reference to parameter URL string. Is that the dashboard? No, it's there. I'm gonna. I know that it's going to be there because it was retrieved in the previous method, and the compiler isn't seeing that. It's usually really good at that. Try it again. So, how are things, Frank? Good to see you. Yeah, ran the test. Good. All right, so the warnings as error are cleared out. Let's check the order of events there. Launching browser happens before the constructor is called. Dicey now. Okay. So it launches the browser before... I need to zoom out a smidge. Right, so we're here at construction time. These are fields. I also want to be explicit. Thank you. These are properties. They can stay there. Sure. Well, the browser context is being delivered on a per fixture. So maybe I can let you maybe I can let you Let's take a look back at here. Give me some docs there, X unit. Or don't, just load for a while. Reload the window. Is it Natty? Hello. Welcome. How you doing there? Yeah. There we go. Things are parsed. Give me some help as to some documentation. Supported on test classes. Yeah. What? Sure, go ahead and restart those. Be my guest. So, this... Yeah, thanks. Gave me initialize and dispose. But, no, this is not Astro. This is C#. So how can I set that configuration? Because I think this gets restarted for each class. Right? Like like if I put another one out here. Right? Let's put another yeah, I'll allow that. It does look a lot like Java, doesn't it? And that's fine. I don't care that it's doing the same thing. What I want to see... Let's see the order of those. Is this for Unity? Nope. I am building and working on a website testing tool that we'll be able to use in other tools later. Here it comes. So this uses Playwright to use a... Oh boy, look at all this. Uh-oh.
Houston, we have a problem.
What happened? It ran both tests at the same time. It's lower level than building a website, to be sure. But we're still using a higher level language. So why not no verbose? We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. For the purposes of seeing what's going on here, though, I want to be able to see everything. We'll turn off the logging later. Right? I want to get a little bit further. Yeah. Natty, I'm of the school.
Developers,
Make it work. Thank you. Make it work. Make it fast. Make it pretty. Those are the priorities. So yeah. Well, it's easy to clean that up. We'll get there. But we're going to have the multi-threaded issue here, and there's a way in XUnit to do that, to prevent multi-threading. XUnit, prevent multi-threading. Right, or concurrent testing. There it was, running tests in parallel. How to disable parallelization. Ta-da. Algorithms, yeah, that's fine. Runners and test frameworks, yeah. By default, each test class is a unique test collection. So, if we do that, right? Or just disable parallelization. Now let's do this. Right? You over here. Oh my gosh. Clear that out. And now .NET test again. Let's see what we get. It's been a long time to see that much verbosity. Yeah, I hear you on that. Collision. All right, so 2 both succeeded, but build failed with an error. Where's... I see error log here. That's the inner stack trace. Inner stack trace, inner stack trace, inner... Yeah. Address in use. It tried to start another instance of the application, of the Aspire collection. We can probably get around that by setting as a constraint for our library that you can only run, that it'll only run one instance of your Aspire application and run all the tests against that. That way, you need to set up separate DLLs that will run different instances of your application. And we should probably do something to then, if the address is in use, go figure out another address to listen on. That's a line that I don't want to go down yet. But that is in the Aspire manager. So it's okay. If I make this static, then we're locked to one app. Gosh, is that how easy this is going to be? Let's go. Let it but change the port. When Aspire starts, it actually starts containers as well as part of this. That might not be in larger systems with a larger number of tests. That might not be a good practice. And trying to limit that exposure might actually be a good thing. What happened here? Address already in use. Is it still running somewhere? And this one didn't run. Address already in use. Address already in use. Yeah, it started right there. Where are we going here? All right, let's... Let's just double check. I'll go over to console. And let's .NET run. Just make sure that everything runs. So this is .NET Aspire that's starting up. This is a wrapper set of tools that are built with .NET, but allow you to instrument and work with any type of web application, or application for that matter. So here's a website, here's an API, but these could be JavaScript, Java, Go, Rust, Python, PHP. You can run and orchestrate them here along with Docker containers, all your telemetry, all that good stuff gets logged, and you can watch what's happening on the traces that come through here using standard OpenTelemetry. Yeah, all this stuff is working. Right, so I can see traces of it. How exactly? It runs when I run it directly. So, shut that down. I'm wondering if something was... I was wondering if something was lingering out there. All right, close this one. I don't need that anymore. Look, right there. Test aborted. Test run aborted. What was that? Running second test, run first test. Where did that come from? Okay. The game is afoot here. I think we're almost at something here. Because this is a singleton, we need to control access coming in. I could do that with a locking object, with a lock. I don't want a reader-writer lock. Why not check with netstat? I know it was there. You saw an XUnit issue. No, I'm already out of there. Oh yeah, look at them all. Look at all that Kubernetes internal junk. There's nothing on 8080. We're clean. Right, isn't the new keyword lock No. What's the new lock type? I haven't. I want right. There's a C# language thing. I haven't used it yet, and it's like, ooh, I can use this. C# lock data type. Right. Yeah, lock on some lock object, but there's a new data type for a lock. Okay. Yeah, I thought there was a type. System threading lock. That's C#8. We're using a newer version than 8. You're going to make me go through this. No. All right, fine. Be that way. Private, read-only. There we go. So it's going to lock, step in. Oh, don't tell me you can't do that inside of a lock. Oh, you... Yeah, the lock object. System threading dot lock, like you're like the next mention there. Get rid of this. Right. So do I have a system threading lock? Cool. So then I can do using lock dot interscope. And that's it. Hey. Okay. Do I have a timeout that I can? No. That'd be nice if there was a timeout. Anyways, moving on. .NET test. I realize adding a lock to that is right there. Cannot be preserved across await. Stop it. Stop it. So I am going to need a reader-writer lock. Fine. Stupid. Yes. That's fine. No. What did I do? Okay. Dear Lord. Yes. Now, why don't you like that? Are you kidding? Sure. Right, and yes. So, can I make this? Yeah. Is there? I thought there was. Yeah, upgrade to writer lock. Time span. Yeah, do that. Back 30s too. After that, now we can do. Yeah. Everybody loves multi-threaded software until they have to actually write it. .NET test. So this library does work the way that it's built, but we're trying to make it better. Invalid token and member declaration. Fire manager 55. What? Copilot, you did not manage your curly braces nicely. Slim semaphores have async await. All right, what's my error this time? Test run aborted. Where the heck is it getting that? No. All of that. Yeah. Just yoink this. Yoink. Because I know that... Test run aborted. Why is it saying test run aborted? I start the app and then release the writer lock. Do that again. And there's that. Bang. API server is shutting down. And attempting to release a lock not on the calling thread. Is it the second class? Like I can get rid of that whole shebang. Test run abort. Okay, this is now something else. It's on a different thread because of the await. So if we did reader writer lock slim, and you, I'm actually over on time. Yes. No, why doesn't it like that? I thought there was upgrade. I don't want try, I want to... Right, what's that returning? Yeah, void. What the heck did you do? No. Yeah. And you'd like storyteller mode. We're on ads right now. I haven't used this in a while. Good. Yeah. All right. I don't want to shrink the size of things, so I'll just... Ah, yes. There we go.
Storyteller mode. What do you think? Huh? Empelowski.
Paulowski just resubscribed for 61 months.
61 months. Thank you so much. Set a timer for 5 minutes. Alright, there we go. It's so dramatic now. We're still getting it. It's being released without being held. You make me sad. No, the reader-writer lock isn't doing it. Oh boy. And even then, like, check this out. Something turned it off. The way the icons are loaded. Yes. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. You too. And you. So, one test class, still. Look at those errors. Right log. I didn't save. I've turned off autosave, so I don't know. I don't know that it's saving properly. Ah. Yeah. Come on. Let's go. And it's this startup. Test run aborted. Why? What's aborting? And unfortunately, I haven't been committing changes. That's fine, discard that. That's fine. Let's turn that off. That was in Playwright Manager. And let's see what we get. Test it. 1 minute left. Nope, still errors. Right there, test run abort. What else did we break? Over here. Moved some things around. And then what we've done over here, static there. Take that out. Take it out. Try it again. 30 seconds left. I know this is so dramatic, hearing my voice like this. Nope. No, test run aborted. Womp womp. It looks like it sees. No, there we go. There's your storyteller mode.
And we're back. Yeah. Yeah. That's always a thing. Let's do this. Let's create a new branch. Refactor. Put this stuff in that branch that we've been working on. Give it a name. I don't care. Sure. But I'm going to go back over here. Run those tests again here locally. Error. Now we're going to get... Now we're going to get into a problem. Let's .NET clean. And then do that again. Nah, I'm not going to take another. I'm already late, and I've got a couple of things. Nope. Test run aborted. Where? That's coming out of X unit. Come here. No. No, I want it on just X unit error. So what have I done? Down here, over there, this, that, yes. Ooh, wait a sec. An assembly in the application's manifest was not found. libnet8 Aspire hosting DLL. An assembly specified in the application dependencies manifest. Aspire hosting 931. Prove me wrong. .NET package add. You stink. Oh wait, no, I'm. .NET package add this. Okay. Jean Valjean, how you doing there? Coder 24601. Good to see you. Okay, that says it built properly. And that's working. So no, don't save that. Where'd it go? 931. No change. Right. Change branch. Over here. Run that again. Okay. What was it? And that should still run. And then I'm going to commit and save this stuff. Yeah, generate test 2 and put test 2 in there now. It feels like something didn't install correctly on disk. Go ahead. Second test. There it goes. Building all successful. Yeah. I did try a restore, but I feel like what do we got here? Failed to bind the address in use. It tried to run it a second time. Give me that little bit of logging. Say this again. Running second test. I'm looking for it to call running first test. Yeah. It's a lot of logging. Now it's running first test. Yeah, it started building the app again. It started building the app again because I didn't make the app static. So now if I do that with the parallelization in, running second test. Yep, telemetry things happening. Now running first test. Okay. Problem solved. It's not great for performance, but I don't think performance is as much a concern. I don't want to publish the branch. I want to merge locally here. Main. No. When in doubt, drop to the command line. And we'll just clean that up. Push those changes. All right. Where'd it go? I don't have a browser. No, I do. It's right there. There's the repository for what we were working on today. For my short-term goals, this works. There's a lot more that I think we can do with this. I'm going to create some issues in this repository to kind of outline some additional things to do with it. We should get it thread safe. Be able to reuse Aspire instances across tests if we want to, so that it doesn't knock down the test every time. Knock down the Aspire host every time. So that we can save some time running in how we use our systems. But for now, I've got to call it a stream. It's been a lot of fun writing code with you today. I hope you saw something you like. You are inspired. You want to do a little bit more with Aspire? I think there's a big opportunity to do things with Playwright in .NET Aspire. All right? Thank you so much for watching. If you're on YouTube, I have lots of other great videos available for you down below or just on the side, depending on which client you're using to watch YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, let's set up a raid. Let me see who else is streaming out there that we can get you connected to that's also working with code and having a good time. You know what? I can even take you right to the Visual Studio stand-up. The Languages and Runtime stand-up, who are talking about new features coming to the languages. So I will set up that raid for you to join them. All right? I'll be back next week. There's lots more fun that we're going to have. I'll be hanging out in Discord over the weekend, tinkering and working on some things. I hope you have a fantastic day wherever you might be. I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.